This is day 3 of the Silent Hill F cam hack playthrough. The reflection.
めでたくない。お幸せにじゃない。少し黙れ。考えさせろ。私に話しかけるな。
Speaking of reflections, there wasn't a whole lot of difference in the graphics, resolution and everything. Putting this up on like quality base. So let's turn some of these settings back down a bit. Try and get a little bit better. Little better frame rate. Because it was making like, even my broadcast software, even OBS was kind of struggling at times. My computer just doesn't handle everything going on all at once super well. But there we go. Little smoother frame rate. And it's like barely a dip in visual quality. You're like a weird filter over the screen. Not normally like that. It's like water spots. I can really see it on like the top left. Up against the darker color of the house there. Top left of the screen. There's like little water spots that are part of the camera. At first I thought there was something on my monitor, but I see it on the capture as well. Weird. Maybe once we get a cutscene or something.
こっちだ。
See if it goes away, because I don't think that's normally there. Ooh, and Rinko. A little bit closer look at the character models. We've kind of already looked at Shu a few times. Inside of Rinko's head.
Daijoubu 大丈夫か、相棒。化け物につけられてないか。
問題ない。シュウ君っていつまでひな子のこと相棒って呼ぶの？
相棒なんて呼び方小学生の男子みたい。
相棒は相棒さ。俺は相棒を女扱いしてない。
そうだな。された覚えもない。
立ち話は終わりだ。行くぞ。
Okay. That filter is still on the screen. It might have something to do with changing the graphics. So let's do a quick reset here. Just gonna save. And relaunch the game. And the water droplet weird screen burn effect is still there. Okay. Whatever. Moving on. Nothing I can do about that. Yeah, Twitch's idea behind the view thing, like not counting people as viewers unless they're like interacting and doing certain things. They're attempting to, you know, they're attempting to reduce bots, view bots and things like that, but they did it in like the worst way possible, where it's affecting actual users, not bots. Hey, Clappy-kun. Whoa. Game lag. I go? No, I didn't. I haven't gone into the doctor's house yet, the sensei's house. I love the just like implied creepiness of this house. The Kashimashi with its face already off, kind of laying in a somewhat suggestive pose with the blood on the floor, the blood streak leading into the next room. All the way out onto the window. Syringes. Oh, I never even noticed the little needle tip and stuff in there too. Imagine if there was light bulbs in this can. Little bottles and vials. Kind of interesting. It's almost like more traditional Silent Hill healing items. We have like syringes from Silent Hill 2 Remake. We've got these little drinks. Something kind of equivalent to like a health drink. Little ampules. Kind of like classic Silent Hill items, healing items. As opposed to this game using like snacks and Ramune and stuff like that. Another clock at 2:15. Ryaku Elixir. And translated this one. Where we found it earlier. See if I can get a translation on some of these books. I think we've seen these in some other spots. Yeah, this was the Dobokasho, the one that I'm sure what it was supposed to mean. Even the native speakers in chat were like, I know what each individual kanji means, but not sure what it means altogether. Pharmaceuticals box. Is the yellow box the one from Silent Hill 2 Remake? What yellow box?
Sensei ですか?
On the top shelf. This? I mean, none of these assets are from Silent Hill 2 Remake. Let me, I guess, answer that question. No, it's definitely not. Like, Neobards would not have access. Looks just like the syringe boxes? No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. Those are like metal first aid kit boxes in Silent Hill 2 Remake. This has got the like fitted wood. You can see like the different individual pieces of wood that fit together on the corners, different kind of clasps, different things on the top. No. They're not similar. But yeah, Neobards would not have access to Bloober Team's assets anyway. Now, if they, like, Bloober Team does use some stock assets, some stock, like, Unreal Store assets. And since this game's Unreal Engine, it's possible we might see things repeated, some similar or same assets, just because they both pulled them from the same stock source. But anything that was created specifically by Bloober Team, Neobards is not going to have access to that. Like, just because they're both publishing Silent Hill games or developing Silent Hill games being published by Konami, they don't share resources like that. Not how that works in game development. see, there's another one of the dog puzzles. I think that's another yogurt. Yeah, yogurt milk. Or not milk, juice. Juice yogurt, yoguruto. Juicy yogurt. Like Go-Gurt? Kind of. The 1950s and 60s Japanese equivalent of Go-Gurt. This is plum jam. Plum flavored jam. Yum yum. You good, Hinako? Hitting us with the fancy feet? What are you even doing? She's just in her idle pose, but apparently, oh, because there's like a little elevation change right here. It's messing with the character model. That's funny. I wouldn't think something as minor of a difference as this would affect how the character stands, because usually they try to adjust the character model's feet to like stay on the collision below them. So sometimes when there's like a little elevation change, it'll look a little weird, but that one seems like such a small change in elevation. Sweet potatoes and regular potatoes and something in bags. Something in like cellophane. Either that or very low res carrots. We did see some weird like red carrot things around Hinako's house at the very beginning. Part 1 of this playthrough. But those look different. Tomato juice, we've seen that. Getting to a point now where I'm recognizing assets. We're seeing a lot of the repeated stuff. The same green and brown beer bottles. The forbidden cubes. All the snacks. Yeah, some of these we saw in first house, but some of these are different. The stuff on the stick, something on a stick. Buttons? Thread. Spools of thread? What are these? Some kind of little container, and they've got UPCs on them. They have barcodes on them. That would be somewhat inconsistent, right? When did Japan introduce barcodes? Japan introduced the National Barcode System, Japanese article number JAN, in 1978. Yeah, I'm like, that shouldn't be a thing in the 50s and 60s. Maybe it's 1978, but we experienced 60s due to mental state. It is not Jado Kingu. We already have evidence of that. The memos from Hinako. So, like, the latest point in time that we have is Hinako as an adult getting, set up for the arranged marriage. In her journals, she writes about what day, like, she's like, tomorrow is the day where I'm supposed to get married. And we have the calendar in the Shimizu house showing, corroborating the information from her journal. It's 1961. So Hinako and her friends, they were students in the 50s. They're in their 20s as adults in the 60s. And Hinako's arranged marriage is happening in 1961. Maybe stock. I'm trying to see if I can translate any of it. Is it yogurt? Yoguru? It's not yoguruto. It's like yo, extended syllable, guru. I can't quite tell what the thing on the top says there. But there are like little serving sticks. These little wooden sticks. So yeah, it's like some kind of, like a little pot of yogurt that you eat with a little wooden stick. Ice cream sticks? Yeah, these are the same, like in the US we have similar little tubs of ice cream that used to come with these wooden sticks. I can still taste. My brain cannot tell you what that ice cream tastes like, but I can remember the texture and taste of these wooden sticks that used to come with those little things of ice cream with the like aluminum foil lids. Yakult? Maybe. String candy? Sweet fruit string candy? Could you give a good look at the barcodes? I mean, this is about as good of a look as I can get. Without just like zooming the camera right through it. Also, I know the camera is kind of awkward to try to use, and I love it. There's always somebody in the YouTube comments. I saw a thing where someone was like, just use a controller. The analog stick makes controlling it. Somebody said the exact same, it might have been the same commenter, I don't know. Somebody said the exact same thing about the Silent Hill 2 remake cam hack playthrough. I hooked up a controller. I tested that stuff. It does not work. It does not make it easier to control. The mod doesn't register like light or heavy analog presses. It only registers directional inputs of any kind. So no matter what, this is the speed of the cam for the mod, regardless of if you're using a keyboard or a controller or anything. It makes no difference. I appreciate when people try to help and then just say stuff without actually knowing anything. Isn't the internet great? Everyone can act like they're an expert on a subject without actually knowing anything. Caramel? Yeah, you can see what I'm trying to focus on. This one with the cow. The new cow. We've got multiple cow-based products now. Hey, Rabianto, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Thank you very much. Candy that's attached to an actual string. Oh, so it's not like... Yeah, these. I was thinking it's those like stringy, almost noodly kind of candies, because I've had those before. But this is some kind of candy attached to like an actual string. Also, barcodes. I didn't even notice there's barcodes on these other ones. Barcodes in Japan, the 50s and 60s. Where's my historical accuracy? Neobards. Pick that up. Although I should be looking at these things a little more. I like the bottle for the kudzu tea. What's up, Transmit Ace? I don't have a bot. There are no commands. I do have an entire video on my YouTube channel, tier listing all of the Silent Hill games, if that's what you're interested in. And if you're curious where I would place this one on that list, it would be like B tier. Sent an image on Discord of the item it might be referencing. Let me take a look at that real quick. Oh, you DM'd it to me. I thought you meant like posted it in the... Oh, okay, interesting. Kind of hard to tell. It's Sort of a low-res image, but yeah. So 1 through 4 before F. Sorry, I missed everything before B tier. It's alright. I would put this game right around Silent Hill 4. Because Silent Hill 4 was also B tier for me. This game is very similar in terms of like what it does well and where its flaws are. It's very similar to Silent Hill 4, where just like Silent Hill 4, everything artistic about the game, the atmosphere, the sound design, the visuals, character models, creature designs, everything is very, very good. The gameplay for the first like half of the game is very, very good. Even if it's a little bit rough. And then the second half of the game, the gameplay really drops off for me. The tone of the game really drops off for me. So, similar to Silent Hill 4 in that regard for me. You can play that one on Good Old Games. On GOG, yeah. Well, you could. At one point you could. If you have Windows 11, it's broken right now. So if you're running a computer that's using Windows 11, don't waste your money on Silent Hill 4 on GOG. Windows 11 updated things earlier this year that broke the PC versions of Silent Hill 4 and Silent Hill 3. So like those games just don't work on Windows 11 systems correctly anymore. There's major graphical and audio bugs. And there's currently no fix or workaround other than running them on like a virtual machine that's using an older Windows or a different operating system. And again, I just love the creepiness of this. The Kashimashi upstairs lying on the futon with all the blood everywhere, the face missing, the eyeballs all being cut out and collected here. There's other little like organs, chunks of flesh in there as well. No comment from Hinako. Opening up the drawer full of eyeballs. You want to play some of the others? You only own 2, Remake, F, and Homecoming. I mean, you're talking about playing on Good Old Games, which I assume means you have a computer. So if you have a computer, just emulate. Just emulate. DuckStation for Silent Hill 1 for PlayStation 1 emulation. PCSX2 for PlayStation 2 emulation gets you very, very far, because that covers Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3, Silent Hill 4, Silent Hill Origins, and Silent Hill Shattered Memories. You can play all of those, all the PS2 versions for those games on PCSX2. For Homecoming and Downpour, You can emulate those on RPCS3, PS3 emulator. If you would rather play the Wii version of Shattered Memories, which I do recommend, you can use Dolphin Wii emulation. Yeah, if you've got a PC, emulation is kind of the way to go. At least until Konami gets their shit together. And releases a proper modern collection. Some of the signage. Get the damn item interact prompt off of there. Ebisugaoka Clinic. Getting a weird machine translation on this one. Top says Ebisugaoka Clinic. Dude, I hate Google Lens sometimes. There's times where it's relatively accurate. But like right now, top line translates as Ebisugaoka Clinic. The second line translates as inside the skin, which I'm sure is saying like what type of treatment is offered at this clinic. But it's translating it weird, saying inside the skin. Below that, the machine translation says skin child. Again, I don't think that's an accurate translation. It's probably saying like pediatrics, like children's treatment, something like that. And then I'm not even getting a translation at all for the bottom line. Ah, Jaro Kingu, thank you. Internal medicine. Oh, I see. It's written vertically. Brighton, I can't just I can't do that. I'm just all I have is a camera I can move around. I can't just make things brighter as I will them. Yeah, there definitely is a lot of stuff in Japanese that if you translate the characters directly, like literally, They don't make as much sense. But Jado Kingu, thank you for the clarification on it. Internal medicine, external medicine, children, and dermatology. That makes more sense than skin child. Thought you were taking pictures or screen grabs. I'm literally just zooming in the free cam on my monitor and then pointing my phone at my monitor. That's it. Closed today. The translation on this one.
相棒、妙な化け物が増えてる気がしないか？
お前の宇宙戦争だって妙な宇宙人がどんどん増えてっただろうが。
ひなこってしゅうくんと話すときは男の子みたいな喋り方だよね。
昔の癖が今も抜けないからかな。
俺たちは幼い頃からの付き合いだからな。
ふーん。だから男女の関係にはならなかったってわけ。
今はそんな話をしてる時じゃないぞ。行こう。
Mouse keep going off in random directions. Hear him jumping around. There it is. Like, I hear it. This, like, dead Kashimashi just chilling over here, seemingly crushed by this, just sort of like under where this fell and collapsed, where this got flipped over. No head. The body on this one. Head is missing. Oh, right. Also, when we were playing yesterday, see if we can find the bridge. I don't know that if you can actually see it or not. Because when they're standing next to Rinko's house, Rinko's like, you can see the bridge from the window. So we can go back up that way. You can see like the destroyed bridge is like drawn into the journal. I forgot to check. So we're just gonna do a little teleporting. I've done too much teleporting. This is why I was worried about doing a lot of skipping around. The game will stop loading things correctly, and it can potentially break the entire
どこ行った？
game. And it does not fix whenever you just like reload a save. Crap. May have just broken everything, actually. I should have looked at this. Should have looked at this sooner. Okay, we might be all right. This is loaded in. You can get back to Rinko's house. Yeah, because when I was testing this off stream before I started the cam hack playthrough, I had some other situations like this where I teleported around a little bit and the game like stopped loading stuff. And then when I would reload a save and then try to get to that area, it would still be completely unloaded. Where would that bridge even be? They make it seem like it's so close by when they like run over to the window in Rinko's room, which would be here? Or here? They go and look out a window from upstairs. Because Rinko's like, you can see the bridge is destroyed. They block off the one path with a truck, the one chance you even have to take it. I mean, the way the bridge is drawn here makes it seem like it would have been further down this road. Like up in this section of the map. Not down here where the truck was blocking. But it doesn't seem like anything we can actually see or get to. And hey, sweet demon girl, first time catching live. Love watching all the videos in Silent Hill. Thank you. Now that you've played the game multiple times, how does it compare to the other Silent Hill games? Oh man. I'm just gonna keep getting that question. That's to be expected. It's like B tier for me. Like a 7.5 out of 10. Which is, a lot of people hear me say that and they're like, oh my god, you hate it. I'm like, no. Like, for me, 5 would be average. 5 out of 10 is a just kind of meh. It's not good, it's not bad, it's average. Anything above a 5 is good. Anything, below a 5 is bad. So this game it's pretty good, but there's a lot of issues, you know. They wanted to make the game much more combat heavy, much more action centric, which that's fine. I like action horror games. But if you're going to make an action horror game, you should put a lot of focus into making sure the combat and the action feels good, functions well. All of it needs to be really, really well polished. Because if you're going to have the player engaging with combat and force them to engage with combat a whole lot, that combat needs to feel satisfying and feel good to utilize. And to me, the combat in this game does not hit that point. It's not terrible. It's not like the worst I've ever experienced. But I can't talk today, dude. My brain is fried. A comparison that I try to make is like the difference between Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 has all the same mechanics as Dark Souls 1. Dodge rolls and iframes and lock-ons and light attacks and heavy attacks and, you know, it's all the same. But Dark Souls 2 feels worse to play than Dark Souls 1. Because a lot of the mechanics just don't feel very good. They're not as well polished. Like, hitboxes don't feel quite right. Attack patterns don't feel quite right. There's not as much iframes on the dodge roll. There's a lot of things that need to be very, very tight in terms of game design in your combat mechanics for them to flow well, for them to feel good for the player. And this game's mechanics just don't hit that level for me. So it's one of those things where it's cool if you want to make an action horror Silent Hill game, but you better make sure that the combat and action mechanics are really polished if that's what you want to focus on. And they weren't for me. Think the Japanese theming bumps it up for Nub, for Nub-kun. I mean, admittedly, I like the Japanese setting, but again, I wish there were stronger connections to the rest of the series. That's another thing that's a little bit lacking in this game. There's very loose ties with the White Claudia and the Aglophithus, but outside of that, it's mostly just trying to match the vibes of Silent Hill games, which I think it manages to do that decently. But at that point, like, why not just make an original psychological horror game? I'm getting a little bit frustrated with the Silent Hill fan base saying, like, there's been a really big outcry from a lot of the Silent Hill fan base of people defending this game and being like, it matches all of the vibes, it matches all of the feeling of Silent Hill games. People get upset just because it's not set in Silent Hill. And like, what you're asking for is psychological horror. You're asking for something that is part of the overall genre. It's much more broad in that regard. I think this game fits well into the psychological horror genre, but Silent Hill is a particular series within the psychological horror genre. As a series, Silent Hill has particular things that make it unique from other psychological horror games. Your Alan Wakes and your Eternal Darknesses and like any other psychological horror game out there, because there's a lot of really good original psychological horror games. And to me, this feels like a good actiony psychological horror game, but the things that make it fit as a Silent Hill game are very loose. They're not, it's not very strongly tied. So I mean, that's whenever people are talking about, oh, it's matching the vibes, it's got characters with trauma and symbolism in the creature design and, you know, the fog and the mystery and the vibes, the atmosphere. And I'm like, yeah, you're describing psychological horror as a genre. You're not describing Silent Hill specifically. You're describing the genre. Silent Hill is something that is very specific within the genre. And a big part of what makes Silent Hill different from other psychological horror is the setting, the cult, the town. So having very, very little, very loose things connecting this game to those aspects kind of hurts it a little bit in my eyes. Silent Hills are normally the hero is on a destination for answers. You're describing like adventure archetypes. You could say the same thing about the Odyssey. Is the Iliad and the Odyssey Silent Hill because it has a hero on a journey for answers? Like, again, these are very generic descriptions of overall themes. What makes Silent Hill, specifically Silent Hill as a series, different from any other psychological horror is the question that I'm trying to pose here. Like, what makes it stand apart from something like Alan Wake, from something like Eternal Darkness? And for me, that's always been the town. The town, the cult, the spiritual power. Those are the unique aspects that make Silent Hill something different compared to a lot of those other things within the genre. How many games can you get out of one location? So here's the thing. You don't need to have everything set in the one location. Silent Hill 3 does not all take place in Silent Hill. Silent Hill 4 does not take place in Silent Hill 4 at all, like in Silent Hill, the town, at all. They have strong connections to the town. You have characters who are reincarnations of people who lived in the town. In terms of Silent Hill 3. Silent Hill 4, you have Walter Sullivan, who was a cultist, who is from Silent Hill, like, was raised in Silent Hill at the very least. Who was, you know, brainwashed by the cult that lives in Silent Hill. You can have a lot of different settings. You can have different locations. But they need to tie back to the things that make Silent Hill unique. The town, the power, the cult. It doesn't need to focus on it. It doesn't need to be like the driving factor of the game. And it doesn't need to be the actual setting that you're playing in. But it should relate to something that's been established. Otherwise, you're just making psychological horror. You're making something that belongs to the overall genre, but not necessarily Silent Hill as a series. So, like, in terms of being a psychological horror game, I think this game is very good. In terms of being a Silent Hill game, if you took out the White Claudia and the Aglaophatus, what do you have? Like, honestly, what do you have left? Silent Hill didn't invent fog. Like, There are plenty of other games that utilize fog that are not Silent Hill. Silent Hill didn't even invent, like, nightmarish otherworlds. That's a concept that's been around in psychological horror for ages. A lot of that concept that Team Silent used, they were lifting from Stephen King and, like, other existing psychological horror media, other movies, other novels that have already done that. So, if the fog is not unique to Silent Hill, if the other world is not unique to Silent Hill, what are the things, you really start breaking it down, what are the things that make Silent Hill unique? That make it different from just generic psychological horror? It's the town. It's the cult. It's the order. There are other games that have cults, but they are not the order. There are other horror media that have spooky towns, but they are not Silent Hill. They don't function the same way. They don't serve the same purpose. So it's a little frustrating seeing how many people are like, this is a true-blooded Silent Hill game because it has fog and vibes and an otherworld. And I'm like, that's just psychological horror. That's not specific to Silent Hill. You're just describing horror.
何あれ。
やだ、気持ち悪い。
あいつらまさか気持ち悪いので街を飲み込む気なのか。
化け物が多すぎる。
迂回しよう。街を突っ切るのは危険す
Is
ぎ
it
る。
too much to ask for another protagonist who does not have any underlying mental issue and is just dragged in the game by Silent Hill or the cult's power? See, I miss that aspect as well, Brain Explodes, because so many people just view Silent Hill as a series where it's like protagonist with trauma and underlying issues, like you said. And it's like, that's not what Silent Hill 1 was at all. Silent Hill 1 is not Harry Mason's trauma being projected into the town around him. It's everyone being affected by Alessa's nightmare, by a person who they don't know, by a cult that they're unfamiliar with. The unknown elements of what brought a normal person to a place where strange things are happening are what make the game so unique and scary and good. But then Silent Hill 2 came out, and Silent Hill 2 is my favorite game. Not just like favorite Silent Hill game, like one of my favorite video games in general. I love Silent Hill 2. But because of the sort of fan response over the years of Silent Hill 2 being like the popular one, it's led to decades, over, many, many, many years now, of trying to recapture that popularity by recreating that same formula over and over. Having your protagonist with your trauma, and everything has to be symbolic, based around that character's trauma. Like, that's all just trying to do Silent Hill 2 again. What would you change or add to this game to make it more strongly tie into the Silent Hill world? So we already have a very important memo in this game that mentions a missionary coming over from America. That's how White Claudia shows up in this game. Is because there was a missionary, a member of the Order, who came over from Silent Hill to Japan and brought along with them things like White Claudia and Aglophilus And here's the thing. This whole game, there's a lot of underlying themes about spirituality. What do the people of Ebisugaoka worship? What do they believe in? What do they have faith in? It used to be this 1,000-year-old tree, this representation of the goddess of agriculture, this representation of a god that takes old tools and respects old used tools, and then that being replaced with the fox, Inari-sama. The idea that these old things carry spiritual value and affect what the people in the town believe in, how strong their faith is. So instead of having just a memo talking about a missionary bringing over White Claudia and Aglaophatus, that should have been a character in the game. That should have been somebody who we see, who we know has come to the town, and is basically recognizing this as another potentially strong spiritual place, just like Silent Hill. And they recognize that the population is very susceptible to changing their beliefs, believing in a different god. They used to believe in this god, but then that went away. Now people mostly believe in Oinari-sama. But then you start having all of this propaganda that the missionary could spread to try to like put down the fox god, and instead prop up like, hey, your fox god is actually causing all of these bad things to happen, but I know this other cool god, Samael, who's even older. Let me tell you about my Lord and Savior Valtiel. You could have had the missionary as a character in the game trying to push their beliefs onto the people of Ebisugaoka, which would give you even more reason for these gods to push back, to fight with each other, or who is going to control Ebisugaoka, who is going to have, you know, the sway over the faith of the people. You could have had a member of the Order be a character in this game and tie things more directly to established cult, established deities. And if you really want to get into it, the game's supposed to take place in 1961. Dahlia would have been alive. She would have been pretty young, but Dahlia would have been alive. You could have even made it Dahlia. Like, Dahlia herself. Or even better, Leonard Wolf. It could have been Leonard Wolf, Claudia's father. Which would have been a little bit more timeline, age appropriate. So yeah, I think just a little bit more focus around the White Claudia, around the Aglaophatus, around the missionary who brought these concepts and ideas over, would have helped this game a lot. Would have helped cemented it into the established lore of the original games, while still letting you have a new setting, while still letting you do things very differently. But at the same time giving you that stronger connection, a much more direct connection.
今何かが飛んで ったぞ。
I always hear Shu talking to Rinko when you get to this part, where he's like, something just flew by. Are the character models actually here? Somewhere? I don't think they are. I think it's just a voice line where you're kind of meant to like wonder where they could be. Like the idea of having a prequel to the cult as a game would be really cool. That's the other thing, talking about like going back to the original question of like, don't you think it would be limiting to have everything based around this one location? Even if you're keeping Silent Hill as the main location for future entries, like if it was based still around the town, time periods. There are so many different time periods to explore within Silent Hill as a location. When Silent Hill was first founded, what was that like? How was it different from the way we see it in Silent Hill 1, Silent Hill 2? What were the people like? What was it like during that Civil War era? You know? And then in Silent Hill 2, you have the Lost Memories book that describes there was a different town. Before it was called Silent Hill, there was a different town settled in that location. But they say that it was lost to time. That there was no history about it. It just was wiped off the face of the earth. There was a town settlement there. Nobody remembers what it was called. Nobody from that time was still around to write it down in any history books. Just one little blurb one little sentence about that from the Lost Memories in Silent Hill 2 memo tells you there was a different town. So what was that town? Have a game based on that town. That was my concept. I have an entire pitch and outline for a game that's based around that concept of the first settlement in that location before it was Silent Hill, that other town. No, Transmit Ace. The first town that they describe predates Blood Lake and the statue and everything. Like, there was nothing left. It's even older. There was nothing left of the original town. They don't even know what the name of the town was. The Blood Swamp and all of that, that came later. That was after Silent Hill had been established. That was after the cult had been established. You had the executioners washing off their cult tools in the waters to create Blood Swamp. That was all later. This would be even earlier. Before it was even called Silent Hill, there was some other town there. We could have a game entirely set around that. You could have a game set even earlier, when it was just the Native American tribes. Because, again, Lost Memories describes... Sorry, I got caught up in rambling and we didn't get to see Rinko break the wall. But, you could set things even earlier and have a game that's entirely set around the Native American tribes that lived in the area. Because the spiritual power was still there. It was still affecting them, but in different ways. They saw the spirits of nature and the spirits of their ancestors. And it's mostly described as being, like, benevolent, but there's not a whole lot of information around it. So what if there were some evil spirits? What if there were some weird things happening for those tribes? What if we had a game entirely based around that? You can also go into the future. What would Silent Hill look like in another 100 years, in the year 2100, what would be there? What if the town itself actually did get abandoned and torn down, and then something else was built in its place? A compound, a company, something. A futuristic city. The spiritual power is still there, but what would that be like? How would that affect things? How would we see that from a futuristic perspective? So even sticking to just one location, you can do so much. If you're willing to think on it, if you're willing to be creative with it, and try out some interesting ideas and concepts, you don't have to change the location from the town itself. I think you can still get a lot of interesting stories out of that one setting. And again, if you do want to change settings, have it in Japan, have it, in Germany or Norway or wherever, that works too, but make it something like Silent Hill 4, where you've got some strong connecting factor to the original town, to the cult. You have your Walter Sullivan, somebody who is legitimately performing a ritual that has actual spiritual effects on reality and is utilizing that to cause problems in other places. You can do a lot with that. You can do a lot with that. So, yeah, that's my thoughts on that. I feel like obviously you want the series to evolve. You want it to do different things, and I think there's lots of room to do that while still maintaining a strong connection to established lore. Now let's look at this sports manga. Baseball player, Showa Era hero. The hot-blooded baseball samurai arrives. If it moves away from the lore, is it even a Silent Hill game at that point? That's kind of the discussion that we were having. That's what I was ranting about before this. I think without the town, without a strong connection to the town, without a strong connection to the cult, you're just making psychological horror. You're making something that is part of the same genre, but you're not making something that is specific to Silent Hill as a franchise, Silent Hill as a series. So, like, I don't know. It's cool if you want to make a psychological horror game. But if you're going to make a Silent Hill game, it should be, a little more related to Silent Hill. And I hate that is apparently like a hot take. That a lot of people are going to treat that as like, oh my god, what a hot take. That a Silent Hill game should have something to do with Silent Hill and not just be trauma and monsters and fog and vibes. Like, yeah. Because there's a difference between psychological horror in a general sense and Silent Hill as a specific series. Like what you're describing when you're just trying to match the vibes and the monsters and the trauma and the symbolism and metaphors, like that is just psychological horror in general. You're describing the genre, not the series. Trauma, monsters, fog, and vibes is kind of what I know about Silent Hill, as you haven't played 1, 3, or 4 yet. And Jaro Kingu, the reality of it is that, you know, Silent Hill 2 Remake has done very well. It's sold like millions of copies. Silent Hill F has done very well, sold like over 1 million copies. A lot of people who are Silent Hill fans now are not familiar with the rest of the series. They know Silent Hill 2. They know like a couple other things, but they don't know the series the way a lot of people like me, all the old farts who grew up with this stuff ever since the first game being released and every game on release day since. So for a lot of people, like, your perception of the series is the way that it's been marketed in all of the years since the original games, where they are just trying to copy the Silent Hill 2 formula. Your main character with your trauma and your symbolic monsters and your otherworld, like, if you're newer as a fan, that is your perception of the series, because that's what they've gone out of their way to promote the series as. Because they're trying to recapture that popularity that Silent Hill 2 got. So the further and further we get away from that source material, from those original games, as the years go on, you're getting more and more new fans who are not, yes, as aware of where the series started and how different it was compared to the games that came later, that, you know, everything like after the Western games and the movies and the crossovers. And it's always cool to see the fan base grow. Like, I'm not trying to be a hater on like new fans or anything, but as a newer fan, when you are less aware of things, like you're less aware. You don't understand fully the scope of what like the original games were, what the original intentions and vision of the first developers were, how all of that kind of got discarded when Konami started outsourcing the games and adapting it to movies. Like, the series overall really drastically became something else. And a lot of people only are familiar with what it turned into rather than what it started as. And unfortunately, the stuff that it turned into falls more in line with generic psychological horror rather than the concepts that made Silent Hill stand out as something unique within the psychological horror genre when the first games came out. hey Rocketbit, this game really doesn't interest you as much as the previous games. I mean, with all of that said, like, I like this game. I think this is a good psychological horror game. I don't think it's a great, you know, masterpiece entry into the Silent Hill franchise. Because there's very little tying it to what made Silent Hill unique as a series. I think as a standalone psychological horror game, if you were to take, like I said, if you take the name out, if you take the White Claudia reference out, if you take the Aglaophatus reference out, people would play this and be like, oh, this is very clearly inspired by Silent Hill. But I've also got news for you. Silent Hill is one of the most influential franchises when it comes to horror. Every single developer that's alive and making horror games today has been inspired by Silent Hill. They all take influence from Silent Hill. It's one of the most influential parts of the horror genre in terms of gaming. It's impossible to ignore it, to not know of it, to not utilize some essence of it when you're being inspired to make your own horror game. Just the same way as like Resident Evil. Like any horror game made today, you're going to see elements of Silent Hill, you're going to see elements of Resident Evil, you're going to see things that date back to what the developers were playing when they were younger and what inspired them and influenced them to become developers. And like at this point, Silent Hill is a nearly 27-year-old franchise. So if you are 35 or older, which most game developers, AAA game developers now are, like, you were inspired by Silent Hill. You were inspired by Resident Evil. So, I don't know. If it's one thing to make a psychological horror game that is inspired and influenced by things like Silent Hill, it's another thing to make something that feels like it is a legitimate part of the series. And to me, this game doesn't quite hit that mark. And again, I feel like people are going to misconstrue what I'm saying as trying to just boil that down to like, oh, Nub think game bad. Game's good. Game's good. There's just not enough tying it to what made the series something unique. Silent Hill is a series, something unique within the survival or the psychological horror genre. Oh, this is that same banner we saw in another place. Healthy family with a strict father and a loving mother. Ebisugaoka Parents and Teacher Association. More references to Hinako's family dynamic, the societal pressures of male and female roles, the expectations of society. But we did see that banner in another place already. Honestly love talking about the good and bad in games. Hate that social media has turned a lot of game discussion into a personal beef. I mean, it's not even just game discussion, it's everything. Social media has kind of poisoned the way people discuss things. Like, everyone treats it like a personal attack if you disagree or like something or dislike something that they like or dislike. Like, if you have an opposing thought with anybody, you're just treated as, you know, an enemy. You're treated as, you know, argumentative. There's very little room for like healthy discussion anymore, where people can just accept that there is good and bad in all things. No game is perfect. Nothing is perfect. Nothing in our cruel reality is ever or will ever be perfect. So it's important to have an open mind, to be able to look at things as objectively as you can, but also not be afraid to express your own perspective based on your experience. It's called an opinion. Get used to it, internet.
やめてくれ。そんな話今はしたくない。
やめないよ。柊君がしっかりと現実を見るまでやめない。
だからやめてくれ。俺は
なら言ってあげる。ひな子はね、死んだんだよ。ひな子は向こうの世界で楽しくやっているんだから。
Not saying the game is bad, worried of where the franchise is moving as a whole.
相棒。
That train has left the station long ago.
さあ行こうぜ。
Like, a lot of people share that sentiment, and they sort of pin that on the recent revival of Silent Hill, where they're like, oh, ever since Silent Hill Ascension and Short Message and now Silent Hill F, they're straying further and further away from what makes Silent Hill, and they're just kind of making horror in, you know, more generic ways. Yeah, they've been doing that since 2006. They've been doing that for a lot longer than just the recent revival of the franchise. So for a fan, for somebody like me, I'm trying to give my perspective as somebody who's been following this series since it started. Like, games like this are a breath of fresh air in the sense that we're getting a good game. It might not be
変で道草食ってた。
the most tied in to the franchise from a lore perspective, but it has some amazing visuals, some amazing art design, some amazing atmosphere and sound design. The gameplay is okay. It's rough. There's parts that are frustrating. There's things that could have been polished, but it's still leaps and bounds better than like Book of Memories. Like, for me, playing through something like Book of Memories or playing through something like Downpour, even better games like Silent Hill 4, the second half of Silent Hill 4, like Downpour, Book of Memories, those games are like chores to get through for me. Silent Hill 4 is super enjoyable up until the second half of the game. Then it's an escort mission through a bunch of areas that you've already seen, and it's much less inspired. Like, it drops off a lot in terms of what was making it interesting for the first half. Downpour, it's got a couple of interesting ideas, but the execution and the writing and everything is so disjointed and all over the place and just like poorly written. So this game being like enjoyable to play through for the most part, other than some frustrating combat stuff mostly in the second half, already puts it way ahead of a lot of other games in the series for me. So it's like, on the one hand, I'm glad we're getting good games in general, but as a Silent Hill fan, I've already accepted that Silent Hill as a series is not going to ever be what Team Silent started it as ever again. It's just not. That era has come and gone. Those original games were lightning in a bottle, and they can't be recreated. Even if you were to get all of those... This just says, do not enter. And then text on the left is too blurry to read. Like, even if you were to get a lot of the original developers together and have them all make a game, they're all different people. They're all 20, 25, almost 30 years older than they were when they made Silent Hill 1. They're completely different people with completely different life experience, completely different skill sets, completely different ideas of what is good or bad art, what is good or bad writing, compared to what they made 25, almost 30 years ago. Like, those games can't be recreated at this point. So I think in terms of the series moving forward and evolving,
鍵は
this is about as good as we're
学校
gonna
にある
get.
はずだ。
ちょっと休憩しようよ。
I'm okay getting good psychological horror games that are Silent Hill in name only, because it's still way better than fucking dungeon crawlers on the Vita, where absolutely every mechanic is fucking broken and doesn't work the way it should, with boring ass repetitive gameplay loops and shitty visuals and audio and pachinko machines. Like,
もうダメ。しばらく休ませて。
I would much rather have a Silent Hill F than another fucking pachinko machine or another Book of Memories.
相棒も疲れただろう。
I don't think it's gonna ever live up to those original games,
俺は
but
鍵を探してくる。
分かった。
シュウ君が一緒じゃな
that
いと
doesn't
嫌
mean
だ
that
よ。
it's bad.
心細いよ。お願い、一緒にいて。
別に俺が一緒じゃなくて
相
も。
棒も少し休め。鍵は私が探す。
そうだよ。シュウ君はずっと戦闘で頑張ってたんだから。後からついてくるだけだったひな子の方が余裕あるって。
おい、そんな言い方をするなよ。
私は気にしない。二人とも休んでてくれ。行ってくる。
Remember Akira Yamaoka made a joke about doing the music for Silent Hill 2 Remake? Something to the effect of, I'm a fucking rock star now, back then I couldn't afford a bass. Yeah. Yeah, I actually pulled that interview up on a stream so that I could have the exact quote a while back, but Yamaoka himself has said, like, even if they reunited Team Silent, they wouldn't be able to make, you know, the same sort of thing because they're all different people. And he himself, when he was trying to get back into the mindset when he was doing the music for Silent Hill 2 Remake, he was like, yeah, I tried to put myself back in the mindset that I was in when we were making the original, and he was like, I just couldn't do it because that is such a distant part of his life now. And yeah, he literally couldn't afford a bass guitar. All of the bass that you hear in like Silent Hill 2 is Yamaoka tuning down a regular rhythm guitar to get lower tones. He just down-tuned it. Or used a synthesizer. Because he didn't have a bass. And yeah, now he's a fucking rock star. There is such a drastic difference for him in where he's at in his life now versus where he was back then. So he can't recreate that. Can't recreate those circumstances. It's extremely difficult to put yourself back into that kind of mindset. Oh, nothing rendered. I was kind of hoping maybe when we clip into some of these classrooms that you're not able to go inside. Be able to see something, but no. No renders. Curious about the music room? Yep, that was the first thing I started thinking about, Kabi-sama. The music room. Oh, outside has already been completely deloaded. Oh, this is the Fox game room where the blackboard It's not fully rendered in yet, but it's got all the anatomical mannequins in here. Ichinensei? It might not be Ichinensei. First year primary school is the translation I'm getting from the machine, from the Google. First year class. Second year class. And this one actually is rendered in. Oh yeah, I also found out about this. For those of you who can read some sheet music, this is the Silent Hill 1 theme. This is a little part of the Silent Hill 1 theme. The sheet music on the walls in the school. Da 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 da. It's that section. A really cool little detail, little Easter egg there. It will be done if you do it. If you don't do it, it won't happen. Keep trying. The correct thing is to have confidence. That's quite a translation. I don't know how accurate that'll be. That's pretty accurate. Okay, thank you, Jado Kingu. Ooh, Google Lens don't like translating this one. Yeah, it's just like throwing all sorts of random stuff up. Yeah, it could just be calligraphy practice, like writing practice. Junior high school textbooks, middle English, secondary English, music, agriculture, social studies. Another clock at 2:15. So far, every clock and watch and timepiece we've seen has been set to 2:15. Huh. This depicting. They look like they were wearing police caps at first. They might be. There's someone holding a drum over on the right, but then holding that large sheet, maybe a flag between them. Parade. Festival. Doesn't seem like festival. Times tables. Oh, it's like a schedule. Arts and crafts, Japanese, physical education, music, math, language. Wonder if 2:15 is related to what time the wedding starts. It's possible. There may be some significance behind it. It may just be that was the generic time they wanted to go for to put on all their clocks and were thinking about it too hard. Always, always, always have to have the consideration of we're thinking too hard about something that's just kind of like an asset. But considering Silent Hill 2 Remake tried to do something similar with all of the clocks being at 9:10, because in the original Silent Hill 2, it's just that's the clock puzzle. That's the big clock puzzle to get through Woodside Apartments. But then in the remake of Silent Hill 2, they put the solution to the clock puzzle on every single clock in the game, so that a lot of fans interpreted that to be like, oh, that must be significant. That must be the time where Mary died. And it's possible. That might be the implication. But it also might just be a reference to the clock puzzle of the OG. So it can be hard to tell with some of those things. Why I always try to understand and be self-aware that any interpretations and ideas that I might have are just overthinking. Track and field, National Athletic Meet. Poster for like a track and field meet. So this is all, again, if it's being projected, if we're to go under the assumption that everything we experience in this game is being projected through Hinako's mind, her subconscious. She was in track and field. She ran track, and was apparently very athletic. So the fact that there's a lot of posters revolving around track and field and athleticism fits in line with Hinako's mindset. Athletics is what the top main black text there, but in the blue, in the white, below it, the translation I have is overtake yourself. I don't know how accurate that is, but if that's accurate, that definitely is a big implication. Surpass yourself? Thank you, Jado Kingu. Overtake yourself or surpass yourself? Obviously, from like a track and field perspective, it's like keep pushing yourself to get better. But from Hinako's perspective, surpass yourself? Like she's literally trying to split, like she feels split, torn between her past self, where she has more of her personal identity, who she wants to be, who she feels she is as an individual, versus who she feels like she's being forced to become as an adult, as a bride, you know, to fit that societal expectation, her parents' expectation. Like we have imagery of Hinako fighting herself, trying to surpass herself, overtake herself in a more literal sense later in this game. So that's kind of a cool one. Ebisugaoka Elementary Junior High School Sports Day. Math is the top blue book. Track and field competition is the red and yellow. Ebisugaoka track and field. And some wonderful origami foxes and flowers. Foxes and higambana. And a sakura blossom. Clouds. A snake? Foxes hiding in the flowers with a snake approaching them. I hate the way the rendering starts getting dark when I zoom in on certain things. Some more important imagery here. Going up the mountain, little stick figures representing all the people going up the mountain, and then the tori sort of going along the top, leading back down. That representation of the shrine for the 1,000-year-old tree god, the worship before Inari-sama. And then the origami animals here represent our characters. Hinako is the bird. Sakuko is the rabbit. Kotoyuki is the fox. And for those who don't understand, like that's like a connection. It shows you even in your journal if you look at all the character pages. Like Hinako has the birds on her journal page, as well as Junko. Sakuko has the rabbits down here in the bottom. Kotoyuki has the fox. Rinko is the beetle. So even through the journal, they start hinting at these like animal parallels for the characters so that we've got some imagery representing them in the environments now. Um, Ebisugaoka Elementary Junior High School Sports Day, same as the other one. We saw this in another one of the kids' room that starts the treasure hunt towards the beginning of the game, where you would normally get your first item for a Jizo statue if you're going for the Sacred Sword unlock. But yeah, the car with like blood on the front bumper and big blood streaks left behind under the tires. I don't know what that's supposed to represent. There's a lot of things that have been sort of hinted at and inferred in this game. Nobody's really said anything about like a car accident or a person being run over or anything like that. Track and field competition. Let me try moving closer here. In fact, yeah, open yet. See if it helps with the dark rendering when I get zoomed in a little bit. Hey, there's some wonderful foreshadowing. This is the true ending. This is the fourth ending. That's the two Hinakos sitting on top of the Tori, overlooking Ebisugaoka. It's like a children's drawing rendition of the fourth ending of Silent Hill F. And then this is a depiction of our main characters, our friend group. From left to right, you've got Shu, Sakuko, and then Kotoyuki with his face marked out, Rinko, and on the far right would be Hinako with her face marked out. Again, more of the little origami cutouts representing our characters. Sakura blossoms, Higambana. Love the paper spider lilies. Yeah, these are great. Should make some of these of my own. Scatter them around the house. The same textbooks and things that we've seen already. Or origami foxes and snakes. Another drawing of our friend group, more of the textbooks. More of these same like track and field posters. Is it just me or does this look really weird? Is this a... I hate that anything that looks even slightly off now, my brain is just like, it's AI. But doesn't this look AI generated? Look at her hands. Look at her right hand. Look at the fingers. Look at her legs. Like, which leg is her left leg? Is it the front leg? Because the foot is the wrong way. That looks so weird. Did we find AI generated assets in Silent Hill F? I mean, it could just be something that was rendered down, I guess, but yeah, the hair. She's got like a weird short ponytail kind of behind her left shoulder. But then the rest of it kind of loose, and she's got like a weird part on her scalp. That might be an AI asset. That might actually be AI generated. It looks so bizarre. There's so many weird things, like the more I look at it. And it just looks so, like, different compared to all the other assets we've seen so far. Like, all these other drawings and... Like, this one didn't look weird. This one looks more like an actual drawing, although his shorts are kind of doing something weird on the left leg there. Fuck, these might be AI. Also, her, like, left leg's too long. These legit might be AI generated things. Oh no. I hate the future. Why are we in the worst timeline? And it's so unnecessary too. Like, it could have all just been like this. It could have just been like silhouettes that take like 2 minutes to paint yourself. Look at the hands. Look at the weird hands on this one now. Oh my god, I can't unsee it. These are fucking AI generated. They have to be. There's no way. There's too many weird little inconsistent things with the visuals. I mean, AI usage in development of everything is becoming the norm. Like, it just is. It just is. It cuts down on... Exactly. Softboy Josh. It, like, cuts down on deadlines and crunch time to focus on the more important things. But damn. That's bizarre. That's so weird. Especially for a AAA game. Especially for what's supposed to be like a big game from a big publisher like this, but that's also where you're going to see the most corners being cut in the name of profit. But come on, man. I would have drawn some signs for you. Or at least just take an actual photo. Stop. You shouldn't run. No running. No running in the hallways. Exactly. If it's going to be anything, I would have preferred a stock image over AI, but third year classroom. Always leaves a sour taste when used for artwork. I mean, at the very least, it may be stock. Stock sites are full of it. That's another really good point. That's another good point, Black Indie Dev. Softboy Josh, you just had the same thought. Where maybe they did just commission or pull some stock assets from some resource that were AI generated. Like the developers, the artists got them not realizing. That's certainly a possibility, because that has happened in lots of cases. No running. Being rendered. Kind of sad, nothing rendered in the classrooms you can't go into. Even just like a basic empty room. Here's another not time period correct globe. Seen a few of those around. Certificates and accreditations. Trophies. Google Lens cannot translate it. More of the same textbooks and things we've already been seeing around. First aid, maybe? Little chest of first aid supplies with a little cross symbol on it. A lot of these are too faded and blurred to translate, unfortunately. The key is already in the box. Actually, like, rendered in there. If I can get a decent shot of it anyway. There it is, in the top right. More of the origami. I love seeing all the little origami scattered around. All the same children's drawings from the classroom. The car with the blood. People going up the hill and quote unquote dying, becoming Tori. Our friend group with Hinako and Kotoyuki crossed out. Our houses with blood dripping out of the windows. Just like stuff that looks at a glance, you'd just be like, oh, it's just kids' drawings. And then as you start to look at them closer, they're pretty creepy. And then our two Hinakos hanging out on top of the Tori at the end of the fourth ending. Sounds like actual kids' drawings? I mean, true. You're not wrong. Actual kids' drawings typically are, can be weird and creepy. Even if it's not intended to be. Nice render of the school, making it look like a vintage photograph. That's the director. That's Al Yang. 100%. Hold on, let me pull up a photo. That's the director of Silent Hill F, Al Yang. Boo. Grabbing a screenshot of a photo of him. That's definitely Al. Nice little cameo there. Oh, look at these distinguished gentlemen's. Is that also Al Yang? Who is that on the right? The face looks like Al Yang. Did he ever have a side shave like that? I'm like going through images now because I've only ever seen him with like long hair. Oh my god, he did! He did. He did have a side shave. That is another picture of Al Yang. There we go. There he is rocking the side shave. So we've got some director cameos here. A couple pictures of Al Yang, and then this Baka fucking Gaijin. Who is that supposed to be? I don't recognize him. Probably another developer, producer, somebody. That Baka Gaijin is me. That's you, Jado Kingu. Looks like you. He looks like oh god, what is that actor's name? He played Sabretooth in like X-Men Origins. Liv Schreiber. Liv Schreiber. Interesting. I'll have to do some research and see if I can figure out who that is, because these are clearly like actual photos of people. That's 100% Al Yang. Oh, this is the tree. This is the sacred. This is the where you get the sword. When you first unlock the sword with all the Jizo statues. And these we saw in the other room already. Also, Jado Kingu. When I was going back through and editing the previous streams for YouTube, I realized I had the opportunity to say something really funny, and I missed it. When I was talking about how bad my Japanese was at the time when I was in Japan. And it's like improved somewhat comparatively by today. But I was like, yeah, if you think if you think my Japanese is bad now, imagine how bad it was, 18 years ago or whatever. And Jado Kingu, you were like, your Japanese is good. I had the perfect opportunity to be like, you're not Japanese. Don't you Nihongo Jozumi? How dare you Nihongo Jozumi? And I missed my opportunity. Don't you Nihongo Jozumi? I know what that means. For some context, for people who don't understand, if you're a foreigner and you go to Japan and you use Japanese, even if it is the most broken, incorrect Japanese possible, Japanese people will be impressed that you even tried, and they will patronize you by being like, "Oh, Nihongo Jozu, your Japanese is good." When really, the sign that your Japanese is good, if you're studying Japanese and you're in Japan and you're trying to have a gauge of if your Japanese is actually good, you'll know your Japanese is good when nobody acknowledges it. Nobody says anything. That's when your Japanese is good. If people tell you when you're using Japanese, your Japanese is good. They recognize that you're learning and you're trying. It's not actually good yet. So it's kind of like a tongue-in-cheek sort of like, oh, Nihongo Jozu, your Japanese is good, but not really. One time I only said shiran and 3 girls clapped and complimented my Japanese. Yep, yep. I got that. I got that treatment at a McDonald's in Akihabara. I was trying to find a karaoke place, and I was trying to ask the girl at the counter where like a good karaoke place was. And I probably was just like, karaoke doko desu ka? Like the worst possible way to try to phrase it, but still hopefully they would understand. And yeah, I got the like, oh, アメリカ人日本語上手 And then she proceeded to like go and talk to her manager for a moment and came back and physically walked me and my friend to the closest karaoke place. Not just like give directions or anything. Literally took me and my friend and showed us where it was. And then just went back to work. The worst thing you can do is learn Japanese by only watching anime. I would say anime, depending on the anime. It can help a lot with learning vocabulary, but you shouldn't only watch anime. Don't be late. Someone is always watching. Ugh, creepy. Don't be late. Someone is always watching. Anime overemphasizes? Oh, absolutely. The same way you wouldn't want to learn English from just watching fucking Scooby-Doo. Like, nobody talks like that. But if you're just trying to learn words, if you're just trying to learn, like, vocabulary and not, like, actual pronunciation or context, listening to Japanese music, watching Japanese movies, watching anime, stuff like that, it's really good for vocabulary. That's how I honestly picked up a lot of my vocabulary, is through media. But as far as more proper pronunciation and grammar, and more real-world usage, just spending a little bit of time in Japan was probably the most beneficial. Just like completely immersing yourself in it, where you force yourself to have to use it and understand it and hear it from real people. Whoops. More of those elixirs. More of the Silent Hill theme sheet music. More AI generated nonsense. AI generated track and field posters. God. Silence. No one else around here in town. This also is implication of the fourth ending. The so-called true ending. With the two Hinako. The two Hinakos. Hinako ko Hinako. Can we call it that? Hinako ko oh my god, that's a tongue twister. Hinako ko Hinako. Hinako ko Hinako. A little Hinako on top of a larger Hinako. But that's essentially the fourth ending. Our two Hinakos sitting up on top of the tori. The town is empty. There's silence. It's just them two talking. Learners often correct your Japanese, but really you just use Kansai by default, and they don't know it. I mean, Kansai is like, it's practically another language. It's such an interesting dialect, but so many different words are used in place of what a lot of people would use in other parts of Japan. There's our UFO thing. More fox origami. This one's very dark though. Wonder if that's like a texture issue or if that's an intentional thing. Kind of doesn't look like it's on purpose. Track and field day. Although Jaro Kingu, on the subject of like correcting Japanese, you've helped me. You genuinely have helped me, and a lot of your corrections I am very appreciative of. But one of the first things you ever corrected me on was my pronunciation of the word oni. And I found it really funny because the way you were describing it, because it's hard to describe a sound, a pronunciation through text. I said it right just now. Okay, I mean, I get it. I feel like I know how to say the word. Even before your correction. But the way you were describing it in your comment, you said that on in oni should be more like on, like turning on a light switch. And maybe it's because I live in the southern United States, but that is so far off from the correct pronunciation because we say on almost like AWN. So when you were trying to like correct my pronunciation, it seemed like you were like, oh, that's not how you should say oni. You should be saying oni. And I'm like, my reply to you was like, I've never in my life heard anybody pronounce it that way. I've never heard anybody say oni. And I thought that's what you were trying to say. And I'm like, I've never heard that. I'm like, there's no way that's correct. And I even pulled up a video of like, here's a native Japanese speaker saying the word. I feel like I'm saying it the same as her. But I get what you were trying to say. There's a difference between oni with the shorter O sound, oni, versus oni, sounding like there's an H, like OHKNEE, like oni. There is a little more of a subtle pronunciation difference for oni. But yeah, a lot of American English, yeah. The vowel sounds tend to be more elongated. But like I had a full-on crash out talking to my wife after you had posted that correction where I was like, "Can you believe this person in my comments? They're trying to get me to say Ani. There's no fucking way." And they claim they want to start a Japanese teaching YouTube channel. I'm telling you. I crashed out.
更衣室。陸上部が懐かしい。
Locker room takes me back to track and field days. That's when we get our direct implication from Hinako herself about track and field being something that she was into, that she was doing throughout middle school. Apparently pretty good at, because she has like trophies and ribbons when you see her bedroom later on in the Shimizu house. This used to be my locker. What's in your old locker, Hinako? Absolutely nothing. Just AI-generated posters. Is stuff rendered in here at all? At all? Till you open it? Maybe not. Ayumi. This one, C? Yeah. Huh. Until you solve it, the key is not actually rendered in. This one was SOS. Or shriveled aburage. Dried up tofu. Yummy. Please don't. Please don't. I don't remember. other room is Aoi. You good? Doorways. The real final boss of this game. Suga's locker combination. That's the one that gives you the clue about SOS. Jaro Kingu. You know, Ocarina Americans. Ocarina versus Ocarina. Main difference with English and American ways, the O, and British I feel is more similar to Japanese. Yes, I know it's an Italian word. I love that you use an Italian word as an example for comparison between American English, British English, and Japanese pronunciation. I've always said Ocarina. Like, I love the Zelda series. Ocarina of Time. I've actually got a Zelda tattoo. I've got a Triforce on my right forearm. Because that was where a lot of being a gamer in general started for me. Was The Legend of Zelda on NES. The fact that I'm still playing video games practically every day of my life, 37, almost 38 years later. Well, it's not like I played it when I was born, but you know what I mean. And Zelda on NES was not like my first video game, technically. I played other things before that. But that was the first game where I started, like, I mean, I was still learning to read. I was learning English words by playing Legend of Zelda. Because I was like maybe 4. Playing on the NES and using paper to draw out my own maps and make notes about where I found things and how I solved certain things so that I could remember what I was doing when I'd like pick it back up after getting home from school or whatever. So that experience with the original Zelda on NES is kind of what I consider truly becoming a gamer. So I've got a tattoo sort of to commemorate that, to keep that moment in my mind forever. Yeah, even as a kid, I always, when Ocarina came out, Ocarina of Time on 64, I've always pronounced it that way. And even though Ocarina sounds strange to me, I think that's closer to the Italian pronunciation, if I'm not wrong. I don't know any Italian really, so Italian speakers in the YouTube comments in the chat, feel free to correct me. Sakuko's hairpin. The little bunny. Dad always pronounced Pokemon Pokemans. Oh yeah, the classic. The classic. I have to like force myself to do that. I literally bought Pokemon cards because like I live in the rural South. So if I try to go up to the counter and be like, "Do you have any Pokemon?" Kind of look at you funny. But if you're like, "You got Pokemon cards?" They know exactly what you mean. Y'all got any of them Pokemon cards? Let me get 2 packs of them Pokemon cards. Urara-chan. 555. Nope. Try again. The first symbol is U. The second symbol is Ra. So Urara. The main character from Space Channel 5. How many of you know Ulala? How many of you know Space Channel 5? Bunny was Urara-chan. This bunny is Yukimaru. Maru is ball. Yep, it sure is. Snowball. Oh yeah, Yuki. Snow. Got it. Yuki Snow. Maru is ball. Snowball. And it's a little white bunny. Yukimaru. But there's another word for ball. Tama. Although the context is different. Like Tamagotchi? Well, that's based on the word Tamadachi, which would be like friend. The Japanese word for friend. Tama as in terms of like a ball or a round object, comes from tamago. Yeah, for egg. Egg-shaped. Damn. Punched right through her. I need sanity. Tamagotchi was tamago plus tomodachi, but Keiko said it's just egg and chi makes it sound cute. I can definitely understand your line of thinking, because, like, the original Tamagotchi devices were very, like, egg-shaped. And usually when you have a new creature, like, you start it off as a thing that hatches from an egg. So that makes sense in my mind, too. Time to play with the physics. Swings. Such a simple thing, but I love when games do this. Just some random stuff in the environment that has physics that you can play around with. Also, we'll look at the dried carcass just for a bit. I don't know if I talked about this in previous Silent Hill F playthroughs up to this point, but in case you don't, like, understand the symbolism here, Hinako's name essentially means, like, baby bird. So these are dried bird carcasses that are offerings to Oinari-sama, to the fox god. You're literally offering dried baby birds that represent Hinako to the fox in exchange for faith. Oh, isn't there... Yes, here it is. I'm like, isn't there a sledgehammer around?
これで戦える
Sledgehammer, my beloved. Big Chungus not in this area? Big Chungus is only in this area on hard mode and Lost in the Fog. On story difficulty, there is no Chungus. Played hard at first, but switched to story before reaching the school, and Chungus was there. It might be something weird going on if you change the difficulty mid-run. It also might be based on your puzzle difficulty, actually, because that changes what you have to do out here, and, like, where you go, what you pick up. Yeah, it might be based on riddle difficulty. It might be different because you changed... You were on hard riddle? Because on my first playthrough, Big Chungus was out here. That was Lost in the Fog riddle hard action. And on every story difficulty playthrough I've done, including with hard riddle, there's been no Chungus. So I just assumed it was action difficulty. Still thinking about making a YouTube channel where you use games to teach Japanese? Think you'll start that up when you're in Japan? More language and lessons and methods for people to learn languages is always, always a good thing. If that's something that you're, like, interested in doing, definitely say it's worth it. Worth pursuing. Always a big fan of education. Teaching people new things in interesting ways. It's a big component of how I approach, like, the Silent Hill games and my story playthroughs and stuff. Trying to make interesting information, share all the things that I've learned in, like, a fun and interesting way. Yeah, so on the board here, even without a translation, these are just our character names. Hinako, of course, our main character. Kimie, which is Hinako's mother. Kanta, which is Hinako's father. Did we ever figure out who Sachie was? That was Kotoyuki's mother? Did we wind up narrowing it down on that? And of course, Sakuko, Rinko, Shu, and Kotoyuki. Creepy ass song. It really is. I love it though. This is honestly one of my favorite rooms in the school. Like, the school in general is one of my favorite locations throughout this game. But this room, like, with all the anatomical dummies moving around as you, like, interact with the board, interact with the radio, come back over here, you get the fox origami. They all move again to where there's just the one, and the lighting changes. And then we have the names with the causes of death or the fortunes written next to them. Hinako disappeared. Kimie, cancer. Kanta, heart disease. Sachie, cancer. Sakuko, heart attack. Rinko, burned to death. Shu, suffocation. Also foreshadowing how it's represented that Hinako, like, kills, the symbolism of cutting these people out of her life. Since Sakuko is, like, left alone in the dark, freaking out, presumably to die of heart attack. Rinko is dropped into the lava in the cage, burned to death. Shu is suffocated. He's hanged by the cuff around his neck. And then Kotoyuki, wishes will come true. Everyone's name is crossed out, but Kotoyuki. But yeah, I like this room. I like this room a lot. Sachie is Kotoyuki's maid. Just one of those character names we don't see pop up nearly as often in the journals. And this is where you pick the key up on Lost in the Fog riddle. That's just the sign for the school, Ebisugaoka Junior High School. Yeah, Ebisugaoka Chugako. Gakko. Before Jado Kingu corrects me. I'm finally seeing the kanji for Ebisugaoka enough. I'm starting to recognize it. Do not lock the key to the second floor in the desk drawer. It's impossible to open when you're not present. Unless you have a hairpin. Music room time. That's straight up what this says, music room. No, I knew it would be nothing, but still I'm disappointed. Once we go into this hallway and stuff, the music stops, so I just want to let it play out. Missed this entirely on your first playthroughs because went up the stairs the other side. Never heard this because you went up the stairs on the other side. Yeah, this very interesting thing too. Cool little creepy moment. It entirely depends on you coming up this staircase first. Was hoping you'd eventually go in that room. Same. That little moment plays it up like it's gonna be something significant, and you'd go in there and I was like, oh, here comes the piano puzzle. We're gonna get a Silent Hill 1 piano puzzle, you know? Didn't happen. Never go in there. There's nothing rendered in there. Hot water room is the Google Lens translation for this one. Boiler room, something like that. Silent Hill's got a bit of a history with boiler rooms. Special classroom. Need a key. Is there any bathrooms in this school? Middle school 3-2. I don't think so. And now you've got me thinking, Kabi-sama. Is there bathrooms in this game? Do we ever see a toilet? Toire wa doko desu ka? Do Japanese people need bathrooms? Yeah, Jado Kingu said it. They have the very best bathrooms. Dude, Japanese toilets are on another level. If you're lucky and you're in most parts of Japan, you're going to have one of the nicest bathroom experiences you could possibly have. If you get stuck somewhere in rural Japan, you might get to poop in a hole in the ground. I got to have that experience. That's certainly something else. Squat toilets are not fun. But when I'm in my hotel and there's like toilet with heated seats and a bidet, the best. Lecture hall. Never used or even seen a bidet in real life, but have to admit I'm curious. I mean, it's not anything crazier than what you would imagine. It's water that sprays at your butthole to clean it.
何？
Shu sat here. Still the best partner, right? Saiko no aibo. Aibo, it would be the other way around. Aibo would be the subject. And then Saikyo would be the best. More of the same textbooks, pencils, pencil sharpener. Same kind of signs. Said it right the first time? Saiko no aibo? See, I started second guessing myself. I started thinking about the grammatical, because every time I try to put a sentence together in my head, translating between English and Japanese, I try to like reverse the sentence. You kind of have to like do everything in reverse order, the way that you would in English. So I second guessed it, where it would be like the best partner in English, where the best is the descriptor and partner is the subject. So in my head, I was like, oh, maybe I reverse those for Japanese grammar. It's down to grammar. If you wanted to say my partner is the best, you'd use wa. Aibo wa saiko. But if you use no to connect, then it's saiko no aibo. Did it right and then second guess myself. Oh, look at the little bird. Little bird keychain. Or not necessarily a keychain, like a charm. Something you could clip onto your bag. Here's our puzzle boxes. The puzzle boxes. I'm so happy I have a real physical version of this in my possession. That's like one of the coolest things I've ever gotten. For those who haven't seen it on my YouTube channel, I got sent a Silent Hill F package merch package by Konami, and it came in this puzzle box. So I literally have this puzzle box in my possession. And it had a bunch of cool Silent Hill F stuff in it. It had Kotoyuki's fox mask. It had some little Omamori keychain with Higambana on it. Flash drive that looks like the red capsules. A lot of cool stuff. But I now have this actual puzzle box in my possession. There's a bathroom in the Shimizu household later on. I know there's a bathtub anyway, not sure about toilet. Yeah, I don't think there's a toilet in there. There's a bath. I just want to see if anything changes as the like smaller puzzle boxes emerge. Nope. Kind of the same thing. Thankfully, I don't know, thankfully or unlucky, I don't know what would be better. I only have one big puzzle box. It was not filled with other smaller puzzle boxes when I opened it. I mean, that would have been kind of neat. This one is just the books. And then this one is Sakura. And then it spawns in dead squished bird, the same dead squished bird next to the Okamoto Fisheries truck that we see near the very beginning of the game. Oh, after you finish solving it, the smaller boxes are actually just tucked inside the bigger one too. All actually in there. That's cool. That's trippy. Imagine your game's in the third puzzle box and you can't solve it. We're not ready for a 6-hour nub puzzle IRL stream.
お姉ちゃん
I'm sure people would want
ど
that.
こ
I'm sure a lot of people would be excited to just watch me open puzzle boxes for hours and hours.
ならそろそろお支度をなさい。
There's YouTube channels I watch where I watch other people open puzzle boxes
お姉ちゃん
for hours, so I'm sure people would love to see me do it.
あなたが殺すのもあなたの手で。それができるからここへ来たのでしょう。
それってどういう
Yeah, and then we have the kanji on the board, Rinko and Shu. together under an umbrella. Supposed to be like romantic. Wish we could cam hack that scene. Yeah, it's unfortunate that this mod that I use does not work during cutscenes. And again, there are tools out there. There's like an Unreal Engine unlocker tool that somewhat focuses on being able to like not just do free cam during gameplay, but during cutscenes and a lot of other functions. But it costs money, and the developer's site for it, like to get it, is like kind of sketchy. I just stick to my Nexus mods. My free version. It's a little less functional, but it's good enough. Kanji on the left, glory. And kanji on the right, constant effort. Constant effort. I have seen there's a boundary break video for Silent Hill F that cam hacks that scene. If you're curious to see that, you can pull it up on YouTube. Just look up boundary break Silent Hill F and you should find the channel. YouTuber is She Says. But yeah, Junko's model is actually out there. That's how they create the silhouette. Same way that they did with the silhouette of Sakuko when you go and visit the shrine and see the Kagura dance silhouette. How do we feel about Junko being portrayed as some edgy evil mastermind type character in cutscenes beyond the start? Well, there's a few ways to interpret it, just like there's a few ways to interpret absolutely everything in this game, because it doesn't really give you enough of a sense of reality as like a point of reference. One of my kind of complaints about this game. We needed a few more glimpses of reality for comparison. Just enough to theorize around. But I think the Junko that we see a lot of the time, or that Hinako experiences a lot of the time, because Hinako views marriage as such a bad thing, such a negative thing, giving up who you really are for the sake of someone else, I think she's viewing Junko the same way. And the Junko that we're interacting with throughout most of this game is sort of Hinako's projection. This is Junko who has already given up her identity. It's not the quote-unquote real Junko. It's like she's already gone through this process. She's given up her identity. She's given up who she was supposed to be or who she originally was. Because when we see the flashback scenes, Junko is much more supportive and helpful towards Hinako. When we hear Shu talking about Junko, Junko seems more supportive, like asking Shu to keep an eye out and take care of Hinako, like stuff like that. Again, we don't have any context of how much of that is reality, how much of it is distorted delusion, how much of it is entirely just made up and not real, but the context that I kind of get from all of it together is that Junko is like a good, supportive older sister to Hinako, but Hinako, similar to the way Sakuko views Hinako as being a traitor for going along with this arranged marriage, or at the very least when she finds out about Hinako's arranged marriage. Sakuko starts referring to Hinako as a traitor and kind of viewing her as like doing something bad. I feel like Hinako is doing the same thing about Junko, where because Junko already went through with her marriage, she's being viewed as Hinako as like not the real Junko. She's evil Junko. She's traitor Junko. Self-reliance, self-confidence, self-motivation. Autonomous, self-motivation, confidence. I'm getting a few different translations on these. But essentially, these are all ideals about being confident, about being yourself. Again, very in theme with Hinako's mindset, especially for young Hinako trying to maintain that aspect of herself, her identity. A big part of why she rejects society's view of what she should be like as a woman and, you know, what she should be like as a wife. Self-reliance, confidence. Different aspects of Hinako's personality. All the Ayakakashi with red capsules down out there at their, I was gonna say feet, at their legs, at their wooden stumps. Can I see the middle one again? Yeah. Hopefully that was enough time. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Uso da. Uso. Death tropes. Death tropes. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well, man. We do a shout out here for you. You guys should go follow Death Tropes. Everybody here watching, you need to be following Death Tropes. Absolutely amazing person, really entertaining streamer, really talented speedrunner. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. This should be cool. Yeah, welcome everybody. For anyone coming over with Death Tropes, I'm Nub Zombie. I'm a hyper-obsessive Silent Hill fan. I do a lot of in-depth story playthroughs, speedruns, challenge runs, just about anything you can think of when it comes to the Silent Hill series. And we're currently in the midst of our Cam Hack series for Silent Hill F, where we take a free cam mod and basically just utilize a free cam to look at everything, all the details in the character models, clip out of bounds, you know, look at all the assets and things in the environment more closely. We're also translating all of the Japanese in the environment and stuff like that to try to give some more context and meaning to what it all is, what it all means, how it all relates to the story and to the characters. But yeah, welcome, welcome. We've already found some interesting stuff in the school. In fact, we've got a good one right here. This is Al Yang, the director of Silent Hill F, from Neobards. We found a couple of portraits of him, a couple of pictures of him around the school. But yeah, that's Al Yang, the director of this game. And then we're translating this blackboard writing. It's the Japanese kanji, Japanese writing for Usoda, liar, written over and over, which this plays into Ryukishio 7, the writer of Silent Hill F, as a tendency to use Usoda as like a recurring theme, a recurring motif in a lot of his works. There are some very notable moments of Usoda being scary and creepy and repeated, either written in blood or spoken out loud over and over in a creepy way, that are part of his visual novels, Higurashi no Nakukoro ni and Umineko no Nakukoro ni. So in a lot of Ryukishio 7's work, Usoda is like, it's a theme. It's something that he uses in a lot of his other works. So seeing it represented in this way in Silent Hill F is definitely a big, like, just in case you forgot this was a Ryukishi story. We've got one of his trademarks right here. Origami of grievances. Let's see. That loops us back to the start. But excuse me? No, thank you. How dare you? I think that's just about everything. Yeah, here's the other pictures of Al Yang, of the game's director. That same one, and from the classroom, and then another shot of Al Yang, because he did have this side shave. I had to look it up and find pictures of him, but yeah. I knew what he looked like more like recently, because he's done interviews and stuff talking about Silent Hill F, and he looks like this. This is a more like recent picture that they used for this model, or for this image. But then a little bit younger Al Yang with the side shave there. And whoever this person is, Jado Kingu. That's Jado Kingu in real life. It looks like Sabretooth. Yeah, pretty cool detail. I like stuff like that. There's stuff like that in the original Silent Hill games too. Silent Hill 2 OG, when you're in the historical society, there's like a picture of a bunch of men in suits, and that's the developers. It's Team Silent. So they've done similar things in the past with the original games. So it's cool to see little Easter eggs, little things like that in this game as well.
Naro さん、私と二人で新しい宇宙戦争を始めようよ。シュウ君が望むなら相棒の役でも悪の女幹部の役でもいいんだよ。
Let's play our own version of Space
見つ
Wars
けたぞ。
おかえり。面倒をか
with
けたな。
blackjack and hookers.
相棒も休めよ。俺たち先に休んだから。
休みなよ。私とシュウ君で寝ずの番をしててあげるから。
いや、私は本当に大丈夫。
ひなこ、休めよ。あとは俺たちが見張っておくから。
おやすみ、ひなこ。でもさ、シュウ君もああいうの好きでしょ。
興味ねえよ。
でも
Game? Game? Thank you. I thought it crashed or something.
奪われた私だ。今度は私が君の魂を救い、古き君の命を奪おう。
This is not real dialogue, right? Who would have played some pretend game in this dire situation? Varvik, we don't have any perspective of reality in this game. That's one of my main complaints about the game. The way the story is presented, literally every single last aspect of it, the way people look, the way people talk, the dire situation that they may or may not even really be in, like, there's nothing to ever confirm that what is happening is real.
無理しなくてい
You
い。
can speculate on every last little aspect of this game. They never show you anything of reality. Because remember, like,
起きら
in
れ
the
ます
context of the overall story, they are not students. These are not children. They are adults. Hinako is in her 20s, presumably her friends as well.
辛い儀
So,
式
like,
だったろう。よく
Hinako
耐えた。
being set up for this arranged marriage with Fox Mask, Kotoyuki, she's having to cut off all of the people from her life, all of her childhood friends, but she views her childhood friends as they were, like, when they were in middle school together. So that's why we keep seeing them as, like, middle school or high school students, rather. But they might not really be in the school. They might not really be going through all of this together. This is just Hinako's way of coping with letting all of these people go in her life, like during her wedding or shortly before her wedding. So the things that these characters are saying and doing might entirely be in her head. Want some DLC to answer some questions? Some DLC or a sequel to, like, give this game more context would be amazing. Because there's a lot of really great ideas. But the problem when you leave literally 100% of the narrative up to interpretation, it sort of shuts down a lot of direction when it comes to trying to have a conversation about it. Like, if we're talking about Silent Hill 2, for example, there's a lot of Silent Hill 2 that's up for interpretation, but there are still facets of reality that are confirmed that you can use as a starting point to then build your interpretation around. Like James, Angela, Eddie, Laura, they are all real characters. They're real people. They're not figments of James's imagination. They're not, symbolic of other aspects of James's personality. They are intended by the developers to be real, living, breathing people who are in the town as well. Maria is a manifestation created from James's mind, born from James's wishes. That's why the sub-scenario is called Born from a Wish. So then you can start trying to build up an interpretation around that. You can start having a conversation about the difference between a real person and a manifestation, how they interact with other manifestations, how they interact with other real people. Like how, you have something to base your interpretations off of, because you've got little bits and pieces of grounded reality mixed in. The fact that James killed Mary is not up for debate. It's not up for interpretation. It's part of the story. It's a confirmed part of the narrative so that you can build up theories and ideas and interpretations around it. This entire game, 100% of it, is all up for interpretation. Where is Hinako? How old is she? Is she actually getting married? Are there actually fox god spirits? Does Kotoyuki exist? Does Kotoyuki love her? Are her friends alive or dead? Every single little aspect of this game has multiple pieces of evidence that all support different ideas and theories. Nothing is ever concrete. You never get any little glimpses of reality. You never get to see, like, Hinako as a 20-year-old in her wedding dress during her wedding day. You never get to see her friends at their actual age. You never get to see any reality, even just a little bit, which really hurts discussion, because there's too many things left up to interpretation, and it winds up leaving very little substance to actually have a discussion around, because no two people are going to have the same interpretation. No two people are going to see it as the same thing. Like,
美しい腕だね。
everyone's going to interpret the information as it's presented in different ways. So it's got a lot of interesting ideas and things in the story, but it makes it very difficult to have a conversation, because anytime you have a question like that, if, questioning, like, is this dialogue real or not, you never have an answer. You never have any kind of an answer. And Silent Hill as a series, and psychological horror and narratives in general, there needs to be some element of established reality. There just has to be. Even if it's just very small. Even if it's just a 2-second glimpse of Hinako in her wedding dress as an adult, or the actual wedding day happening, or something. Just to give us some context to start working from. a starting point to then figure out, okay, if this part is real, then here is what these other things could be. The police, we don't know if the police were real. We don't know if that first ending is actually what happened. Because it's implied that, like, okay, Hinako had this drug trip and killed everybody, but obviously that goes against the information that's presented in every New Game Plus playthrough after that. So when the story is contradicting itself, what side do you believe? Which side do you interpret as being true? See what I mean? Like, the conversation just falls apart. Silent Hill Downpour had the same problem, where a lot of the cutscenes and a lot of the endings contradict each other. Where it's like, okay, Murphy Pendleton goes through this entire ordeal feeling guilt, only to get an ending where he was not responsible for anything bad. He never killed Napier. He never killed anyone. So what was he so beat up about? Other than, like, the loss of Charlie, like his son, but beyond that, they have this whole thing built up around, like, oh, what I did to Napier didn't solve anything, until you get the ending that shows that he never did anything to Napier in the first place. So it's like, what's the fucking point? It's just... what do you do? How do you interpret it? You need some reality. Like, Silent Hill should always be mysterious. There should always be more questions than answers, but it can't be all questions with no answers. And that's the way this game feels. It's all questions, no answers. How old is Hinako? I don't know. Is Hinako alive? I don't know. Are Hinako's friends and family real? Or alive? I don't know. It's all questions, no answers. It all comes down to interpretation, which, like, that's fine if you just want everyone to have their own unique individual interpretation. It's like looking at a painting, like looking at a piece of artwork. But I like having some element of reality in narrative like this, just to have a jumping off point, just to have a starting point of, here's where we can have a discussion, you know? Because the original Silent Hill games are like that. You've got little bits and pieces of reality. Like Silent Hill 1, Harry Mason is real. Cheryl exists physically. They go to the town. All of that is real. All of that happens. Once you get to the town, the line between reality and nightmare and otherworld, like, everything starts to blur, but you still have elements of reality to work around, to have a discussion around. You see multiple real characters interacting with manifestations, with the other world, to give you some context. Michael Kaufman kills an air screamer. Harry Mason walks in on it. They both see the creature. They have a discussion about it. Kaufman asks Harry, have you ever heard of such creatures? Ever seen such aberrations? To imply, like, these are both real characters, real people in the context of the story, seeing the same monster as the same thing. So it's not like they're perceiving reality in different ways, the way, like, Silent Hill 2 does, where all the characters are kind of perceiving reality in their own individual ways. But it gives you a jumping off point to have, you know, a discussion around the parts that are left up to interpretation based on the things that are not left up to interpretation. As said, This series should be more mysterious than giving you hard factual answers, always. But it can't be completely without answers. And that's the way the story in this game feels. Nothing has an answer. So it takes away a lot of opportunity for discussion. Because any question you want to ask me, or any question I want to propose to you, can boil down to, well, this is how I see it. Or, well, this is how you interpret it. And it just shuts the conversation down. Do I have a favorite of any of the endings? The UFO ending. Because everything else in this game is so weird and silly and nonsensical, with no clear answers given, that it might as well be the UFO ending, right? I kind of don't like any of the endings. I feel like the second half of this game and then the endings is where it all kind of really falls off. Because the endings that you do have are just like, okay, Hinako took a bunch of drugs and killed everyone. Great. Wonderful. That's that. Shu gave her drugs, she took too much, she killed everyone, freaking out at her wedding. Everything about the gods and the spirits and the foxes and the 1,000-year-old tree, that was all nothing. All that time that you spent reading notes and trying to piece together the lore and the history of the town, fuck it. It was just a drug trip and she just killed everyone. Isn't that satisfying? Isn't that fun? Follow-up endings from New Game Plus, where it's like she just goes along with the wedding and gives up her identity, gives up on what everything that she was trying to fight for, everything she was trying to stand for, and just goes along with shit. Shu showing up and being like, I didn't want you to get married, and then they just run away together. It's like she's still just kind of going along with another man's desires rather than what she wants. And then the quote-unquote true ending, which is Hinako splits her soul into adult Hinako and young Hinako. And they just have a conversation about living their own life while sitting on a tori in a completely abandoned, empty Ebisugaoka. And it's like, what the fuck does that mean in the context of everything else? Like, every ending takes some of the lore and notes and information that the game has given you and disregards it. It's always different pieces of information, but it always takes some element of what you experienced going through the game and just throws it out the window in favor of something else. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of this game's endings. Silent Hill F was a good and interesting horror game, but it shouldn't have had the Silent Hill label. Trust me, Father Ikari, we had a long, rambling, ranting discussion about that earlier. I don't want to relive it. right away. But yes, if you were to take Silent Hill out of the title of this and take out the references to White Claudia and Aglophilus, would you recognize this as a Silent Hill game? Because I would not. I would see this as just an original psychological horror game. And unfortunately, I feel like a lot of fans are just looking for psychological horror rather than something that is specifically Silent Hill. And I think a lot of fans confuse the two. Because there's so many people who praise this game and they're like, the vibes are the same as Silent Hill and the atmosphere is the same as Silent Hill. You have monsters that are symbolic of the character's trauma, just like Silent Hill. And it's like, those are not things that are unique to Silent Hill. Those are things that are staples of the psychological horror genre, of which Silent Hill is a part of. But those are not things unique to Silent Hill. Those are not things that make Silent Hill what it is. Silent Hill as a psychological horror game was unique because of the cult, because of the town, because of the spiritual power, and how it functions, how the otherworld functions. And if you remove those elements, you're just making a psychological horror game, not a Silent Hill game. And I think that's a distinction that a lot of people need to recognize more. And I think this is a good game, by the way. This is like a 7.5 out of 10 for me. It's not like a masterpiece. It's not mind-blowing. But it's good. It's fun. It's interesting. But there's very, very little that distinguishes this as a Silent Hill compared to just psychological horror in general. Tell that to the Silent Hill subreddit. No, thank you. I don't fuck with the subreddit anymore. I used to, and then I made the mistake of making a post one time trying to be like helpful and informative, where I was like, hey, I've noticed there's a lot of people who post about like their own Twitch streams and YouTube channels. I'm a streamer. I'm a YouTuber. I've been doing this for over 10 years. You know, I'm well researched in the series. Ask me anything. I basically tried to do like an AMA type thing on the Silent Hill subreddit. Because I was like, hey, I've spent a lot of my life dedicated to playing these games and learning about them. I've been streaming them and making videos about them for over 10 years. Ask me anything. And every single comment when I made that post was just like, fuck you. You're just trying to promote your channel. You're just trying to get followers. You're just trying to like do all this. And I'm like, no, I'm legitimately trying to just have discussions and answer questions and help people who also want to do what I do get into it. Like becoming a YouTuber, becoming a streamer, focused on Silent Hill. Like I'm just trying to help people do that. Nobody took it that way. Everybody was just like, oh, you're just self-promoting. Oh, you're just self-promoting. You're just trying to get people to look at your stuff. So I just deleted my account after that. I was like, fuck this stupid subreddit. I think I had maybe one person in the comments who actually watched my stuff who knew, like, hey, this guy's legit, and was trying to defend it, but by that point, the tone of the thread had already gone awry. So I was just like, all right. Never mind. Another Al Yang up there. I'd be surprised if they could read it all. Hey, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to say. Things are so strange. But every once in a while, I try to check out the subreddit. I can't avoid it entirely because for every 900 posts
見つけた
of people just reposting the same fucking shit over and over, there's one post where someone legitimately shares some new interesting information. So I like to look at the subreddit for the times when those posts happen. But I think I even looked at the subreddit like not long ago, like yesterday, because I was checking to see if there was anything like new or interesting. And I think I saw the title of one post, and I was basically like, well, that's enough internet for me today. The post was, do you think Rinko is bisexual? And I was like, all right. That's what I get for going to the subreddit for information. Of all the characters, he chooses Rinko. Well, you see Rinko being obsessed with Shu, but then the obsession changes to Hinako. So what if she's just in love with Hinako? What if she's actually jealous of Shu being around Hinako instead of Hinako being around Shu? Like, that was the post. I'm like, oh, okay. All right. This person's gonna be writing some fan fiction. This person's gonna be writing some fan fiction that you've got to go to some very specific websites to read. Oh no, it was presented entirely serious. It was not presented as like a meme or a shitpost.
覚えている？私
Sorry. Did I interrupt what you were saying? Were you just about to profess your love for Hinako? Do you remember the day we first met? I'm just gonna jump in the lava. Bye, everyone. There's like more texture down here than I thought there would be. What the heck? Oh, because there's like a whole space for the cage to actually go into. Weird. Curious if the lava would hurt the player? Well, I did just make a save. I'm willing to bet it will not hurt, and none of this stuff is going to have collision. Here we go! Oh my god, it has collision. But it does not hurt. Get in the cage. Get in the cage. Cage also has collision. Hi, Rinko. You want to talk about it? Want to have a conversation about these feelings that we have? Do you want to compliment me on my 6 ears? Did you notice? Did you even notice, Rinko, how many ears I fucking have? Rinko's ears are bigger than all of them combined? Damn, that's mean. Don't bully Rinko. She can't help the ears that Kami-sama gave her. She could have helped not shoving Hinako down the stairs, but did she really? Did she actually do that, Dim Brightman? Go watch the scene. Do you ever see Rinko's arms? Do you ever actually see Rinko do anything? If you cam hack, she does a shove. True. So unfortunately the cam hack that I've got doesn't work with cutscenes. But I've seen the boundary break video where you do see her arms like outstretched. But it doesn't show that in the normal scene.
ここ千鶴屋を手放すんだ。進まなきゃ先に。
Chizuruya. There's a lot of these things that I wanted to look at when we very first get to Chizuruya the first time around. But the lighting was too dark to look at a lot of this stuff clearly. That just translate to toys. Powdered soda on the left. Balloons on the right. Candy. More balloons. More powdered soda. I've actually had those little powdered soda things. Because this is like a really common prize in like claw machines. Even still to this day. You can still get a lot of this stuff you can still get in Japan. But yeah, these little packets of like fizzy powder that you like mix with water and it makes like kind of a soda drink. They're not bad. It's pretty much all sugar. Sugar and melon flavor. Look at all these toy ray guns. Similar to the one that Shu has. For playing Space Wars. And look, the most important thing when we're talking about Silent Hill. It's a pachinko machine. The most important Silent Hill aspect of all. Pachinko. Hey, QB. Glad I could finally make it for part of a live playthrough. The VODs have been great. Glad you could be here. Glad you've been enjoying the VODs. Jellies. Mixed jellies. Assorted jelly. Something like that. Little jelly candies. Jelly cubes. Minto. Minto? Like some kind of mint? That might, there's also a lot of things that are parodies of actual products and brands. And some of these, the way the names are, definitely sounds like it's a Min Min is something a cicada says. Oh, so it's like a word play. Cicada sound, automatopoeia, but mint candy. Also, there's a date on it. Like, since 18 something. Sorry, the camera's kind of hard to control. Looks like it says like since 1885. On the bottom part of the label. lamp oil. Tenbashi. Yeah, tenbashi lamp oil. Man, I'm questioning all this cute artwork now that we were looking at earlier. Because we found some stuff that I'm pretty sure was AI generated. Some posters in the school for like track and field where the kids in the posters are like missing fingers and have 2 left feet. Their legs are coming out of the wrong part of their body. Their hair doesn't quite look right on their heads. Where I'm like, this looks like AI generated stuff. And now I'm questioning everything that I see. I'm like, this could have been AI generated too. Very disappointing if true. It is very disappointing that they would use it at all. Soft glider. Soft glider. These are those little like foam airplane kits you can put together. The cow, by the way, is juice yogurt. We've seen that in some other places. Caramel. Coffee. Coffee flavored candy. Coffee. These we saw somewhere else as well. The chocolate straws, the choco straws. Grape. Grapes and oranges. Urepu, orange. Grape and orange flavored candy. Senbei. Senbei, I love senbei. And we actually had seen these same things without a label. So now we have confirmation that those are senbei. Delicious biscuits. Oishii bisuketo. Karu shi. Calcium? Contains calcium? Delicious calcium biscuits. Just like Meemaw used to make. Biru. We got beer in the candy store. Peanuts. It's for the dads. I mean, they call it a candy store, Chizuruya, because that's the main thing that they were buying as like students. But it is more of like a general store. It's like a convenience store, a kombini. So they have signs for like beer and tobacco. It's not just toys and candy. Yeah, oil, lamp oil, stationery, stuff like that. More of the same stuff. More of the same. Tomato juice. Oh, here's the little things that have like barcodes on them. Even though barcodes weren't introduced into Japan until like 1978. And most of what we see in this game is between the 50s and like 1961 at the very latest. Ice. One of those foam planes. Soft gliders. Another clock at 2:15. Oh, okay, a couple of new things that we weren't able to see in Chizuruya the first time around, just because it was too dark. Nice being able to see stuff a little more clearly here. Let's see. And then now, some of the stuff around here changes once we interact with the lamp. Spawns in a couple creepy, gross things, as well as the actual item we need, which apparently doesn't spawn in until you interact with this. You can see it's not there. And then it magically appears. When you turn on the lamp, does the room change, or does Hinako get warped to a different room? She's probably warped to a different room. Oh. I didn't see this on any of my previous playthroughs. Did not notice all the creepy baby faces and hands on the ceiling. Apparently, I didn't ever look up here. Holy fuck. But yeah, it's probably a new room. And it might actually be, yeah. It might be, here it is. It's usually in the environment, like, relatively close by. So once you hit the switch for the lamp, it just teleports you up here to this version of the room. But yeah, here's the candy store before interacting with the lamp. Hidden out of bounds below you. But what the fuck? I think this has to be the thumbnail. Anybody want any plum jelly? It's full of sugar and it's delicious nutrition. Tasty and nutritious. Plum jam. Oh, nice. You can see a little bit of it there trying to clip in. It's full of like worms and organs, flesh meat, gross things. And then the kokeshi, the little, or, oh, I always thought these were kokeshi here, but they're just the little ball and cup toys. But there's this version of it with like nails embedded in it. Nails and blood. Kendama. And then when we go through this, it teleports Hinako. You can see there's a fade out to black, and then it fades back in. That's to hide the teleportation. You can see we're no longer there, but the rooms are still going to be around. Nice outside view of this whole section. The way it's all laid out.
勉強だって運動だって服選びだってお化粧だっていつだって私の方が上だった。
Take that. Take that, Wrinkle. All right. Rinko has collision. Rinko's model does have collision. The cage has collision and lets you stand inside of it. The lava underneath has collision and lets you walk on it, which is very surprising considering I've seen some other places in the game where as soon as you go out of bounds somewhere that you wouldn't normally be able to go, there's like no collision, you just fall through everything. Kind of interesting that stuff is put together differently here. But I think this is probably where I'm going to have to call it for tonight.